Deputy Astaire, are all of the jurors here?
All jurors are back.
Look at us.
State ready with their next witness?
Yes.
Defense ready?
Defense is ready.
All right, let the record reflect everyone is here, including the defendant, Mr. Summers. Let's get the jury. All members of the jury are present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. First question is, did anyone have any contact outside of the courtroom with anything related to this case or discussions related to this case? Thank you. No hands, let the record reflect. My second question is, how many of you had a Cuban sandwich for lunch? Three Cuban sandwiches. Very good. All right. So the state is ready now. They've indicated to me to proceed. We're pretty close to on time. And I am going to, if there's any delays, don't hold it against any of the attorneys or the parties. I take full responsibility for all delays. But I'm going to ask them now to please call their next witness.
Teresa Wagner.
Teresa Wagner. Ms. Wagner, good afternoon and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. It is an elevated ramp. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed, Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wagner, can you please state your name, spelling your last name for the jury?
Teresa Wagner, W-A-G-N-E-R.
And Ms. Wagner, where are you currently employed?
I work for Geico.
And did you work for Geico back in March of 2017?
No.
And I'm sorry, June of 2017?
No.
Okay. Where did you work in June of 2017?
I was a crime scene investigator at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you a crime scene investigator for the Sheriff's Office?
I had been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office since August of 2005, and prior to that I was with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, also as a crime scene investigator for 3 years.
When did you leave the Sheriff's Office?
September of 2019.
What type of education or training did you receive in order to become a crime scene investigator?
I already had, before I became a crime scene investigator, I already had a bachelor's degree. I also had an associate's degree in crime scene technology. And throughout my career at the Sheriff's Office, I also earned a master's degree in pharmacy with an emphasis in forensic science from the University of Florida.
Were you required to take any continuing education courses or anything like that in regards to being a crime scene investigator?
Nothing was required, but throughout my career I went to numerous training conferences, online learnings, and just other classes just to, improve my education. And I also did some training with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
As a crime scene investigator, what roles or duties did you have?
My responsibilities were to photograph, collect, and process evidence as it related to crimes, anything from property crimes up into serious persons crimes.
Is it fair to say that you would get called out to a scene or asked to process evidence at the sheriff's evidence section by a detective?
Yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to the case in which we're here for today, how did you become involved?
In June of 2017, Detective Steele asked me to process some items of evidence that had been collected by other crime scene investigators.
And what items of evidence was that?
A bed sheet and some clothing.
Can you please explain what process you did in order to analyze those items of evidence?
The items of evidence were looked at for biological evidence. So in this particular case, it was looking for semen and for blood evidence.
And what is it that you are doing in order to analyze the evidence for semen or blood?
Depending on the article that I was looking at, I examined it under white and alternate light. White light would be simple room lighting, like we would see here in the courtroom. Alternate light is, it's easiest explained as sometimes as black light. You'll see it under like a UV light, and sometimes material will glow under UV that it doesn't glow under regular white light. There's also different other wavelengths of light where you can look at materials to see if you can get that reflection of the other material other than just the item of clothing or bedding.
Are you only using the white light or that alternative light, or are you doing anything else after that?
After that, any suspected stains are then further tested with a presumptive test, which means it's not confirming it's that substance, but it just may be that substance. So depending on what I'm looking for, it would be a test for possible semen or a test for possible blood on any of those suspect stains.
Does the presumptive test appear different if it were positive presumptively for semen or for blood?
Yes, depending on the test, they create a color change. So you would take a sample of the suspected stain and use the test. And for example, the blood test turns a really bright hot pink in the possible presence of blood. The semen test turns like a deep purple color in the possible presence of semen.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the items that you were asked to analyze in this case. You said one of those was a sheet, is that right?
Yes.
And did you look at the sheet under the lights that you've already testified to?
Yes.
And ultimately were able to see a stain?
Yes.
What did you do then?
The stains were all circled and then labeled individually and tested with the acid phosphatase test, which is the presumptive test for semen, and positive results were found.
What did you do once seeing those positive results after doing the acid phosphatase test?
I took samples from the sheet, actual cutting from the stain itself, and then those were later submitted into the evidence section at the sheriff's office.
Moving on to the item being a t-shirt. Same process, looking at it under a light and then performing an additional test on that?
The t-shirt, because the possible blood was visible on the shirt, I didn't need to look at it under the alternate light, just regular room lighting, and then tested a sample of the possible blood that was on the shirt.
Now, with the sheet, you just said that you took a cutting of where it presumptively was positive. With the t-shirt, would you have taken a cutting of that area as well, or do something different?
No, I would also have taken a cutting of that.
Okay. The pink pants that you analyzed, do you recall what you were looking for on those?
That was also being examined for the possible presence of semen.
And were you able to have a presumptive positive on that, item of evidence?
Yes.
And was it presumptively positive for semen?
Yes.
Did you collect a cutting of those pants?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to white panties. What was it that you were looking for with that item?
Also looking at it for the possible presence of semen.
Okay, and when you were analyzing the white panties for semen, were you able to identify the possibility of there being any semen?
No.
Okay. So if in that situation where you don't either see it under the alternative light or using the acid phosphatase test, do you move on with that item of evidence?
Right. That item of evidence would be done being examined at that point in time and just be repackaged to turn back in.
Okay. The purple panties, what were you looking for with those?
Those were also being examined for the possible presence of semen.
And were you able to identify it?
Yes.
And with the panties, did you then also collect a cutting?
Yes.
Then lastly, you analyzed beige panties. What were you looking for with those?
The possible presence of semen.
Were you able to identify any?
No.
Okay, so same with the white panties, you move on, don't collect anything further in regards to that evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you say that you take a cutting and then package it, can you please explain how you do that?
Use a sterile scalpel. A single scalpel is used for that cutting. It's not reused on any other evidence. A sterile scalpel, and then the actual cutting itself is folded up into a piece of white paper that's placed inside a white envelope. Everything is marked, and then it goes inside one of the beige evidence envelopes.
And after you collect that, do you place it into another envelope and place it into evidence?
Yes, the white envelope goes inside a beige evidence envelope, and that's turned in.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit L. Have you had an opportunity to review this prior to today?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has a label on it that has my name and the evidence item number, and then the back of the envelope has the evidence label or the evidence tape that goes across the seal, and then it's got my initials, my ID number at the sheriff's office, and the date that I sealed it.
And is that a fair and accurate or substantially same condition as when you took the cutting and placed it in the envelope sealing it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit L.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's L will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may publish it to the jury.
Now, looking at the white envelope that was inside the manila envelope, Ms. Wagner, there are what appears to be two different handwritings on this envelope. Do you identify, or can you identify which is your handwriting?
Yes, the handwriting in the center envelope is mine, noting that this is cutting from the fitted sheet at marker A. So each of the stains that I found that returned a positive result were marked A through F. And then that's the item number below it. So the actual fitted sheet evidence item number, that's its designated number. And then AP positive below that, that just stands for acid phosphatase positive.
Okay. When we open up the envelope, inside is another little piece of paper. Can you describe what this is?
Yes, so that's the white piece of paper that I mentioned previously, and again, my handwriting on it showing that that's where that cutting actually came from, and inside would be the cutting itself.
And so, as you just said, within this piece of paper would be the cutting of the sheet that you took?
Yes, so that large piece, that's my cutting, knowing that there's handwriting on there from where it possibly went to analysis at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. There's a square cut out of the middle of it. That may be where they took their sample from. But my entire piece is that blue and white piece you see there.
And there's a part of it that is a little yellowish. Is that the stain that you were able to see once the acid phosphatase test showed a presumptive positive?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, once you collect the cuttings and put them into evidence, do you have any involvement with the items being sent to FDLE for further analysis or anything further yourself?
No.
State will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
If I understand what you're doing, you go to the scene, you do what they tell you to do, you do the cuttings of the sheets, and you test it to see if it's positive for semen.
In this particular case, I did not respond to the scene. I just processed this evidence at the crime scene section.
Okay, so except you didn't go to the scene, but you did process it.
Yes.
And you processed and you came up with a presumptive positive for semen.
Correct.
But you cannot tell us who that semen belongs.
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes.
and by the
Yes.
defense? You may
Yes.
step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thanks, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State calls Deputy Forrest.
Deputy
Forrest.
Forrest. Yeah. Deputy Forrest, good afternoon and welcome. Good. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you are comfortable, if you'll please face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair at the end of the ramp, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Perfect. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Deputy. Can you please state your first and your last name, spelling your last name?
Daniel Forrest, F-O-R-E-S-T.
And how are you currently employed?
With the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a law enforcement deputy.
How long have you been employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
It's been a little over 6 years.
And what's your current assignment and duties?
I am currently assigned to the District 4 Street Crimes Unit.
And what are your duties?
Basically now we do targeted enforcement and stuff like that, but at the time of this case I was assigned elsewhere.
I'm sorry?
At the time of this case I was assigned elsewhere.
Where were you assigned back in March of 2017?
I worked the District 4 area of Hillsborough County, which is the South County, as a patrol deputy.
And what were your duties as a patrol deputy?
Basically responding to calls for service, traffic enforcement, things like that.
Were you working on March 11th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you called out to a Walgreens in the Fish Hawk area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were called out there?
If you don't mind if I refer to my report here.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes. We responded to the scene at approximately 21:20 hours.
And so that is in non-military time, 9:20 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you responded out there, did you know what kind of call you were responding to?
I believe the call initially came out as a kidnapping call.
And did you respond to the the Walgreens in the Fish Hawk area?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that located within Hillsborough County?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
What were your initial observations upon your arrival there at the Walgreens?
Initially, when I arrived on scene, I made contact with the 911 caller, Mr. Randall Crosby, conducted a brief interview with him.
Deputy, I'm going to show you it's already been introduced into evidence as States Composite D1 through 5, publishing D1. Is this your initial page that you attach to your photographs that you take at scenes?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what is the case number at the top? Is that a number that corresponds to the investigation or the call that you respond to?
Yes, ma'am. That number represents both the police report that we initiated as a result of this call, and it also represents the call number that was assigned to this call as it was being dispatched.
And what is the ABN?
The ABN is my personal identification number. It's like a badge number.
And the date, is that the date in which the photographs were taken?
No, ma'am. The photographs would have been taken on the 11th. The 12th is just the date that I uploaded them to our database.
Okay. And have you previously looked at the photographs of the Walgreens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the publishing D3, Do the photographs accurately depict your initial observations of how things were left upon your arrival?
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated that when you initially arrived, you briefly spoke to a Mr. Crosby. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also did you ask him to do anything else other than speak to you?
Yes, ma'am. I requested he pull up any available video surveillance footage of the Walgreens. There was a video camera in place there, so I asked that he pull it up and we'd review it together.
Did you in fact review that video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Judge may approach the witness.
You may.
Deputy, I'm showing you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit D as the Walgreens video. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it as the video footage that I impounded as a result of Mr. Crosby making me a copy of the footage.
Do you see your initials here on this disc?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Have you watched this recording prior to today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And does this recording fairly and accurately depict the surveillance footage you obtained from the Walgreens store of the incident that occurred on March 11th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Upon your investigation there at the Walgreens, were you able to ascertain a tag number that was observed by a Mr. Crosby?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with that information?
I conducted a query of Hillsborough County databases in reference to the tag. Found that the tag was associated to a Saturn SUV, which was registered to an Alisa Summers. Basically, as a result of that query, I ran that name just to see if I could obtain any more information. That query led to the revelation that there was an active injunction in place at the time of this incident with regard to Ms. Summers.
And who was the other individual involved with that injunction?
Trevor Summers.
Did you relay that information to other deputies that were assisting in this investigation or other supervisors?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remain there at the Walgreens, or did you respond to any address or location that you obtained from your investigation with that information you had gotten regarding a tag, who it was registered to, and a possible injunction?
So other deputies responded to the associated addresses. There was a brief portion of time where I responded to a separate address, but ultimately there was no activity there or anything like that. But
Nothing that assisted you in furthering your investigation?
no, ma'am.
Did you speak to anybody else there at the Walgreens?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is it that you spoke to?
There were 2 juvenile witnesses that came forward. If you don't mind if I refer to my report, I can pull their names.
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Please let me know when your memory's been refreshed.
The 2 juveniles were Kimberly and Kelly Shea.
And did you conduct interviews of them like you did with Mr. Crosby?
Yes, ma'am. The only difference being that since they were juveniles, we called.
Objection?
You're saying.
Hold on. Well, be careful not to say, the question doesn't call for a hearsay. Just answer the question without telling us what someone else may have said.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Did you conduct interviews of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to their mother first before you interviewed them since they were juveniles?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Deputy, did you ask any of the individuals that you conducted interviews of to complete written statements?
Yes, ma'am.
Which individuals completed written statements?
All of the individuals that I conducted an interview with completed a written statement.
Mr. Crosby, Ms. Kimberly Shea, and Ms. Kelly Shea?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge. The state would pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Judge.
and released by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, sir.
State, I'll ask you to call your next witness.
Corporal Mark Wilder.
Corporal Wilder. Corporal Wilder, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear affirmative testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Thank you, Corporal. If you'll follow the deputy to the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. You may proceed, Mr. Cummings.
Corporal, can you please state your name for the record?
Corporal Mark Wilder, first name spelling of M-A-R-C instead of K.
Corporal, how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 24 years.
And back on March 12th of 2017, were you a corporal then?
No, ma'am.
What-
Actually, I was a field training officer
Okay. When did you become a corporal?
back in 2021.
As a field training deputy in 2017, what were your roles and duties?
Training all the new recruits as they came out to our specific district.
And did you have a new recruit with you on that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
John Campbell.
Please, can you explain how does it work with your training a new recruit as a field training deputy while out on patrol?
What it is when the deputies come out of the academy, they have 4 phases they go through. Each phase, you have an FTO that they're assigned to. John was actually in phase 1. He was a former teacher prior to being a law enforcement officer. And it was my job to get him up to speed, train him on how to properly do things, how to properly write his reports, how to properly go through procedures and everything when he gets out to the streets.
For a new recruit on the streets initially, are you allowing them to kind of take control of the initial scene in which you're responding to, or are you performing everything and they're observing?
No, he's actually performing.
And are you there to supervise?
Yes.
Make sure that everything is
Just to
done?
monitor his activities, make sure he's doing everything correctly.
Okay. Now, when it comes to the writing of a report in that situation of a person you're training, how does that work?
Now, in this situation here, John was actually writing the reports. We're signed on together in the vehicle under one computer. So we're actually signed on together. So again, in the report, it'll show my name as primary, but he's actually writing the reports.
Do you later review the report?
Yes, I do.
Make sure pertinent information is included?
Yes. I end up reviewing the reports as well as supervisor ends up reviewing the reports as well.
Okay. So on March 12th of 2017, did you and Deputy Campbell respond to an address of 1412 Dew Bloom Road in Valrico?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And were you the first unit to respond, or were there units already on scene?
No, the evening shift units were actually present before we got there.
Do you recall around what time you and Deputy Campbell got to that residence on the
It's
12th?
approximately about 10 minutes to 6 in the morning.
You were day shift?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you were there to relieve night shift deputies?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of you responding there other than relieving the night shift deputies?
Our responsibility was to respond there and secure the scene that we had, and it was that home at Duplin address.
Were you advised of the reason why you needed to secure the scene
Yes, we were.
prior to responding there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you and Deputy Campbell got to that residence, what did you and Deputy Campbell do in first securing the scene?
Well, after we relieved our midnight units, we actually responded and just stationed ourselves out in the front of the residence. That way we could have total observation of the residents at all times.
And when you say position yourselves, are you both still in the marked patrol vehicle you arrived in?
Yes, ma'am. Directly out in front of the residence.
Okay, just sitting there and having a visual on the home?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, did your attention get directed to this home?
Correct. Yes, it did.
What caused that?
Well, essentially, while we're sitting in the vehicle, all of our windows are down. That way we can still hear everything that's going on. While sitting in the vehicle, we actually heard a noise of like a door or a window or something opening and closing towards the rear of the residence.
And what did you two do after hearing that?
We then went around the residence just to check the perimeter, and that's when we discovered on the back side, which I believe is going to be the east side of the residence, we located a screen, window screen that was actually placed up against the wall of the residence.
Did you notice anything about the screen and the window that screen would have been on?
Well, it was actually on the south side of the residence is where we discovered the window screen was missing.
Did you observe anything else on the perimeter of the house?
Yep, we also observed cigarette butts around the, looked like they were fresh cigarette butts around the residence.
Do you recall where those cigarette butts you saw?
They were right outside of the window area. They were on the perimeter of the residence.
Did you look inside any of the windows?
We could see, but there was blinds and stuff inside.
Were you able to see somewhat inside
Yes.
the rooms? Okay, the window that you observed the cigarette butts on the outside of,
Mhm.
when you looked in that window, what were you able to observe?
It appears that it was like a children's room. You could see toys, different things that would identify with the child.
And then as far as the window that had the screen removed, were you able to see inside that?
That was the window.
That was that same window?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Okay.
Corporal, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Set A9, A10. Nope, I apologize. It was 9. A9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that the screen that you were describing?
Yes, that's the one that was on the west side, I believe. The south side. Correction.
And then directing your attention to A13. Again, from set 1 of State's Exhibit. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And are those,
Cigarette butts that were outside the window.
okay. So after you and Deputy Campbell observed these two things, as far as the screen and the cigarette butts, what do you do?
We noticed that the window where that screen was, it looked to be ajar. So
Did you manipulate the window?
We actually nudged the window to see if the window was unlocked.
And was it locked or unlocked?
It was unlocked.
Okay. So after doing that, what did you and Deputy Campbell do?
We continued to secure that area because we didn't know if there was anyone in the residence, so we notified our supervisors as well as our criminal investigations division.
So when you say secure the area, are you just making observations of the outside of the home at this point?
Yes, we're just making observations. We haven't attempted to enter the residence or anything else. We're holding secure just in case there is someone in there. Deputy Campbell and I actually took up 2 different positions. That way we could see all 4 corners of the residence.
And then you indicated that you notified your supervisors. What happened after that?
Supervisors responded out to the scene as well as our criminal investigation division responded out as well.
And once they responded, was entry made into the home?
Not immediately. They came out the first time. It wasn't until the second time they came back out that we actually entered the home.
And what changed as to the reasons for entering the home at that point?
That I'm not sure of. I believe that our CID wanted to make sure, do a welfare check on the home, make sure there wasn't someone in danger inside the home.
Fair to say they had additional information at that point in time?
Correct.
How was entry made into the home?
We actually went to the front door. We actually forced entered the front door.
And did you take part in going inside the home?
Yes, I did.
Was the purpose to look and see if there were any individuals in the house?
Yes.
And were you or anybody else who entered the home able to find anybody?
No.
The house was empty.
Correct.
What do you do after clearing the home and seeing that there's nobody inside?
Once we cleared the home, everyone immediately backed out of the home. Our number one priority is just to make sure there was no one in the home in need of assistance.
Was there any focus on looking for potential evidence at that point in time?
No.
Now, after you exited the home and after clearing it, what did you and Deputy Campbell do?
We responded back outside, secured the residence, and we also notified our maintenance who actually came out later on and repaired the door.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
The only other involvement is later on that afternoon, approximately about 2:15, we did respond to another sighting of the possible vehicle that was involved in the incident.
Did you have the suspect vehicle information prior to receiving that dispatch?
Yes.
Once you responded to that call, did you speak with anybody?
Yes. We responded at location. We spoke with the complainant.
Prior to that, did you also have any descriptions of the individuals that law enforcement was looking for?
Yes. Our agency put out a full alert of everyone involved in the situation.
And when you went to meet with the person who called later on the 12th that you responded to and met with, were you able to ascertain if the vehicle that he or she saw matched the description?
Yes, we did. We were able to determine it was not the vehicle that we were actually looking for.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we ended up taking the statement from the subject, and then we proceeded about our day.
Do you ultimately notify supervisors of that too?
Yes.
Okay. Any other involvement, Corporal?
No, ma'am.
State will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Good. You testified that you initially stayed in your patrol cars with the windows down, waiting to hear if you could hear surroundings.
Correct.
And then you heard some what you described as loud noises.
We heard noise come from there. It sounded like possible doors or something opening and closing.
Were you ever able to determine the source of those sounds?
No, sir.
So when you looked at the perimeter, there's nobody at the perimeter,
No.
and then nobody in the house.
Correct.
Any idea where those sounds came from?
Could have come from the rear of the home. Could have come from next door. Unsure. But it was enough for us to draw our attention and for us to respond and check on it.
Okay. And you do say that you did find some cigarette butts outside that window.
Correct.
Did you also find cigarette butts at the front of the house?
I'm not sure. I don't recall of any cigarettes out. We just thought it was strange how they were lined up outside that window. That's what drew our attention to it.
All right. Did you see any cigarette butts inside of an ashtray or a type of a bowl or anything in the front of the house?
It's possible, but we weren't looking for something like that.
All right. No further questions.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Released or released?
Released.
Released by the defense?
Yes. No.
Thank you. You may step down. Corporal may be released as a
Thank you,
witness
sir.
at this time. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
Deputy McIrvin.
Deputy McIrvin.
Yeah. See.
Welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end of the ramp, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. O'Connor.
Good afternoon, Deputy. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Deputy Jason McIrvin, McIrvin.
And Deputy, how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Almost 6 years.
Do you have prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where was that at?
City of Aurora Police, Aurora, Colorado.
And how long were you with Aurora Police?
10 years.
As a patrol deputy, do you respond to calls that you get dispatched to?
Yes, ma'am.
And fair to say that would be a wide variety of calls.
Yes, ma'am.
You would be, in essence, the first person on scene.
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Back on March 12th of 2017, were you in the same position as a patrol deputy?
I was a patrol deputy then. I'm currently a civil deputy now.
Okay, what's the difference?
I serve court documents right now.
A lot less interesting, sounds like.
On some days, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So as a patrol deputy in 2017, you would get dispatched to areas or calls from either 911 calls or just dispatch sending you there. Is
Yes,
that right?
ma'am.
Okay. And on that date, were you in a marked patrol vehicle
Yes, ma'am, I was.
and in a uniform such as today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you a one-man unit that day, or did you have somebody else with you?
I had somebody else with me. I was in field training at that time.
Okay, and who was your field training officer?
Deputy Quintana.
All right. Now, you and Deputy Quintana, did you both respond to a residence located at 1412 Dew Bloom Road in Valrico?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what did you and Deputy Quintana do once there?
I assumed a perimeter position in the front of the house.
Did you or Deputy Quintana ever make entry into the home?
No, ma'am.
Did other units eventually make entry into the home?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
You maintained your position outside.
That's correct.
Okay. After the home was cleared, did you maintain your position, or were you relieved from that position?
I was relieved once they had made entrance and cleared the residence.
What did you do, if anything, after that?
After that, I went to another call for service, which I was canceled off of.
Was that a completely separate call?
Unrelated.
Unrelated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after that, did you have other involvement in this call?
I did, ma'am.
What was that?
We responded to a church that was a known associate of the Summers.
Did you conduct any interviews there?
I personally did not. Deputy Quintana did.
Okay. So after those interviews were conducted, what did you and Deputy Quintana do?
We proceeded to the address on, I'm sorry, I can't remember the street name. Is it okay if I refer to my notes?
Yes. If you, is it reflected in a report that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you could review that and look up when you're done.
We responded to the residents on Newberry Grove Loop.
Okay. Was that 11737?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do once you responded to that residence?
I ended up conducting a neighborhood survey.
The residents of the 11737 Newberry Grove Loop, were you aware of who lived at that residence?
The 11737.
Yes. When you responded, were you aware of who lived there?
I knew that this involved the case that we were in. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you conducted a neighborhood survey?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the point of that?
Just to obtain any information, if anybody had seen anything, any evidence
Any evidence, meaning
of a crime having occurred.
were you looking for neighbors who would potentially have video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to speak with any homeowners nearby the 11737 house that had video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am. I spoke to 3 different residents.
Okay. Was one of them a Jeffrey Conklin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able to obtain a video from him?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Did he pull the video up from the system that he had and you viewed it at his home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ultimately later send it to you?
Yeah, via email.
And what did you do with it after that?
I transferred from email to a compact disc.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Showing you it's pre-marked as State's Exhibit G. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review it before today?
I have, ma'am.
And did you initial and date when you reviewed it?
I did.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the video that Mr. Conklin, Conklin for the record, showed you on March 12th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And the same video that you ultimately impounded into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Deputy, did you have any other involvement after conducting that neighborhood survey in this case?
No, I stood by just as a support role for the immediate time afterwards.
The state will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
May this witness be released by the state?
I'm sorry, one moment, Judge.
Yes. And by the defense?
Yes.
You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll ask the state to call your next witness, and then we may do our afternoon break after that witness.
Judge, can we approach?
Absolutely. All right, I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
The state calls Alisa Summers.
Alisa Summers. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you'll come forward to be sworn, wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat in that chair. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Can you please state your first and your last name, spelling your last name?
My legal name is Alisa Mathewson, Mathewson.
And what was your legal name in March of 2017?
Alisa Summers, Summers.
And how do you spell your first name?
Alisa.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
And how are you employed?
I'm a Medicare insurance agent.
And are you currently married?
I am.
And who are you married to?
Jeffrey Mathewson.
And how long have you been married?
I have been married since February 2018.
And do you have any children?
I have 5.
And what are their names and current ages?
Arden is 19. Landon is 18. Bryn is 13. Grady is 11. And Cooper is 9.
And were you previously married?
Yes.
And who were you married to?
Trevor Summers.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you please describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray sweater.
Please let the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
And when was your divorce final?
My divorce was final April 25th of 2017.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically starting with March of 2017. Were you together with Trevor Summers or separated at that time?
We were separated.
And when did you become separated from the defendant?
October 2016.
And is that when you physically began living separately from the defendant?
That is correct.
And where did you move to?
I moved to 1412 Dew Bloom Road, Valrico, Florida.
Okay. So 1412 Dew Bloom Road, that's where you started living when you separated. And is that where you lived on March 11th of 2017?
I did.
And is that located within Hillsborough County, Florida?
It is.
And where did Trevor Summers live in October of 2016?
He remained at 11737 Newberry Grove Loop in Riverview.
Is that also located within Hillsborough County, Florida?
It is.
And can you describe your residence that was at 1412 Dew Bloom Road? How many bedrooms and bath? How big was it?
Okay, it was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, approximately 1,000 square feet, the 1-car garage.
At the time that you separated in October 2016, were you both sharing custody of the 5 children?
We were.
Drawing your attention specifically to March 10th of 2017, do you remember what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday.
And was that a day that you were going to have your children?
Yes.
And did you have all 5 of your children on that date?
I had 3.
And what 3 children?
Arden, Bryn, and Grady.
And what was the plan for that evening?
I was to pick them up at the playground within Trevor's neighborhood. So I went in that neutral spot, the playground. I picked up Arden, Bryn, and Grady. And we were going to go back to my house, watch movies, have dinner, and they were going to sleep over.
Now, how come Landon did not come that time?
Landon chose not to come for the visit.
Okay. Was he having some issues with the separation and the divorce between you and the defendant?
He was.
Was there an injunction at that time as well that prevented the defendant from coming to your home?
Yes.
Was there an injunction that prevented you from going to his home?
Yes.
Now, did you watch movies the night of March 10th of 2017?
We did. We watched Storks.
And that evening, did anything unusual happen?
No.
Do you recall after the movie was over what happened?
I was tired, and I kind of started dozing off on the couch while the movie was going on. And so I was going to go to bed, and Bryn and Grady, it was past their bedtime, and they asked to sleep in my bed with me, and I let them sleep in bed with me. And Arden wanted to stay up, watch movies, and said she was going to just sleep on the couch that night.
Did Bryn and Grady have their own beds in your home?
Yes.
Was it a separate bedroom?
Yes.
And that night they had asked to sleep in your bed?
Yes.
Did Arden have her own bed at your home?
Arden and I shared a queen-size bed in my bedroom.
Was that the master suite?
Yes.
But that night she chose to sleep on the couch.
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you, Bryn, and Grady went to sleep?
It was a little before 10 o'clock, 9:45-ish.
Did you take anything to go to sleep or on any medication like that to help you sleep or anything?
No.
At some point, do you wake up?
Yes.
And do you know what time that was?
It was 3 o'clock.
How do you know it was 3 o'clock?
I had a digital clock with large numbers on my end table.
What caused you to wake up?
I was woken suddenly from a deep sleep to water droplets on my face, and when I was trying to get my bearings, I realized there was a dark figure in my bedroom.
Did you have any lights on in your room?
No.
Any light on in the bathroom that's
No.
attached to your bedroom?
No.
What did you do when you saw the dark figure?
I started to scream, "Who's in my room? Who's in my house?" The dark figure went up against the wall, leaning against the wall, and I kept screaming. And then I heard a voice say, "Calm down."
Did you recognize that voice?
I did.
And who did you recognize that voice to belong to?
Trevor Summers.
Were Bryn and Grady still in the bed with you at that time?
Yes.
What were they doing when that initial interaction took place?
They were starting to stir, but had not fully woken awake.
What's the next thing that happened?
When he said, "Calm down," and I realized who it was, I started reaching to my end table and throwing objects from my end table at him.
Do you recall what you threw?
I always sleep with a cup of water that has a straw in it, and I grabbed that and threw that. There was a box of tissues. So those are the items that are normally on my end table.
What's the next thing that happened?
He grabbed my feet, from the end
And
of
when you say he, is that the defendant?
yes, Trevor Summers grabbed my feet, by my ankles, the end of the bed, and drug me my full body off of the bed, pulling all the bedding and everything with me.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1, Set 1, A1 through 104. Have you previously looked at these photographs prior to today?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what your home looked like on March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit Set 1, A1 through 104.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Set A1.
No,
through-
sorry, Set 1.
Set 1. Set 1, A1 through 104 will be admitted.
Permission to publish,
You
Judge.
may publish to the jury.
Publishing Set 1. All of these will be Set 1 that I'm referring to, A2. Ms. Summers, if you can look at that screen, what are we looking at here?
That is the front of my home on Dubloom.
A3,
That is the address, 1412.
de Bloom, is that correct?
Correct.
A4, is this a close-up of your front door?
Yes.
A5, what are we looking at here?
That is the front window to the family room.
And almost like you're walking if you're facing your home, you're walking to the right of it. Is that correct, along the outside?
Oh, that's the side of the house walking to the backyard.
So let me just go back to the beginning. So this is the front window here towards the right of the house. So it's almost as if you're walking towards the right side of the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you're facing it. A6, again, is this still on the right side of your home?
Yes.
A7, is that simply a close-up of the photograph that's in A6?
Yes.
A8, is this towards the backyard?
Yes.
The back corner of your home?
Correct.
A9, what are we looking at here?
That is the backyard, the only window facing the backyard.
And which room is, whose room is that with
That
the window
is
there?
a playroom with toys and for the kids to play in.
Was that screen off of that window the last you knew?
It was left off.
Was it always off, or on March 10th of 2017 was that screen on?
That screen would be on.
Okay. A10. Do you see these white things on the ground?
Yes.
What are those?
Cigarette butts.
State's Exhibit A11, is that simply a close-up of the window?
Yes.
Moving on to A14, is this another photograph of the back outside of your home?
Yes.
And A15, is this the left side?
That is
Or if you walked around to the left?
correct.
The side of your home?
Yeah.
And whose bedroom window is that?
I can't tell from the glare if that is the. I can't tell. That's not the side that has the hose on it, correct?
Let me go back to the overall photograph of the home. So it's the bedroom, the back bedroom on this side of the house.
That would be the master
Okay.
window.
Moving to the inside of your home, states A20. Is this a photograph of your front door?
Front door.
Was there damage to that front door the last you saw your home on March 11th of 2017?
No.
A21, what are we looking at here?
This is the family room and the hallway.
A22,
This is the family room.
A24.
Another angle of the family room.
And what is in this room back here with the little alcove cut out?
That is the kitchen.
And what does this hallway lead to towards the back center of the photograph?
The bedrooms and the bathrooms.
Publishing A44. What does this photograph depict?
The master bedroom.
Was this the bedroom that you were sleeping in on the night of March 10th of 2017?
Yes.
And is this the nightstand back on the left side of the bed
Yes.
that you referenced picking things up?
Yes.
Now, when these photographs were taken by law enforcement, you were not present for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me how you, Bryn, and Grady slept? Who slept on the left, the center, and the right?
I slept in the middle, and I don't remember which child was on either side of me, but there was a child on either side.
Where was your cell phone when you went to sleep?
On that end table where the box of tissues is.
And how many cell phones did you have at the time?
I had two. I had just changed and upgraded to a new cell phone, and I kept the old phone that had no service on it.
What kind of phone was your old phone?
It was a Samsung,
And what kind of phone was your new phone?
an iPhone.
States A52, the water bottle that is on the bathroom countertop, is that the water that had been thrown when you learned that the defendant was in your home?
Yes.
So you had stated that the defendant drug you from your bedroom out into the family room where the blue couches were. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What happened when you got out into that family room?
He attacked me in that family room, and I fought to try to get out the front door. I tried kicking him. scratching, poking him in the eyes. I just didn't have the strength, and every time I would get some distance from him and try to reach the door, he would grab a hold of me and throw me over the couch that's there along the hallway side, and throw me over the couch, wrestling in the family room area. At some point I found my old phone that didn't have any service and dialed 911, and of course I hit send, and he grabbed it out of my hand and canceled the call. I kept wrestling with him, trying to get any distance I could from him. I ran to the kitchen to get the house phone, the landline phone from the kitchen, and it had been removed from the wall.
When you went to sleep that night on March 10th of 2017, where was that landline phone?
It was hanging on the wall where the opening is to the kitchen, that little window. It's on the wall that is like kind of the pillar on the side of the kitchen.
Okay.
As soon as you go into the kitchen.
Publishing A27. What are we looking at here? What is this area?
This is the desk area in the family room.
And I'm pointing to this white phone in the right center of the photograph. What is that?
That would be the kitchen phone that is removed from the wall.
So when you went to sleep on the night of March 10th of 2017, that was hanging on the wall the way you previously stated?
Yes.
Is there a jack or any way for that phone to be plugged in there?
No.
When the defendant initially drug you out of your bedroom, what did Brennan Grady do?
So he dragged me down the hallway by my ankles as I was kicking and twisting my body, trying to get away from him. And I heard...
Objection.
Hearsay. Legal basis?
Hearsay. She's getting ready to state what the children have stated. That would be hearsay.
Do you intend to have her testify as to what they said? You asked, what did they do?
I can lay the foundation.
Okay, or she can testify to what they did without testifying to what they said. The question called for what did they do?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Mathewson, did the children follow you out of your bedroom
They did.
when the defendant pulled you out of the room?
They did.
What was their demeanor when they saw this happening to you?
They were in a panic.
What did they say at that time?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
I can answer.
You can answer yes.
Okay. I heard, "Daddy, don't kill Mommy."
What happened when they were out there? What did they remain out there, or were they told to go elsewhere?
Trevor, I'd say, barked at them, yelled at them, "Get back in your mother's bed and don't come out."
Did they come out at any time while you and the defendant were struggling in the family room after that?
No.
What was the defendant's demeanor after the children went back into the room?
Just struggling with me, trying to get me under control of just trying to pin me down, trying to get me to stop fighting.
Stop fighting back.
Yes.
Stop trying to get to the door.
Yes.
Stop trying to get to where you knew a phone may be.
Yes.
When you went to bed, you said, was it your Samsung phone, the old phone, or the new iPhone that was by your nightstand?
The new iPhone.
Where was the Samsung phone when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
It was in the family room, coffee table, end table, one of those two.
When you are struggling with the defendant in that family room, is there any yelling going on, screaming, or anything like that?
Yes.
Is there any talking happening, any conversation happening in the family room at that point?
No.
At times, was there not struggling going on, not fighting back?
Yes.
What would happen during those times?
So either I would be so exhausted or I'd be pinned down in a way that I just couldn't struggle or move. And I would hear a call from the bedroom, "Mommy." And I would answer back, "It's all right, I'm okay."
What was the defendant's demeanor when those things would happen?
Non-reactive.
At some point, or when you were in the family room and you knew Brent and Grady were with you, did you ever see Arden
No.
there? Did you know where she was at
No.
that time?
No.
Did you ever call out for her?
No.
Did you ever, when you that night had picked up Arden, Brent, and Grady, Landon was left with the defendant. Did you see Landon in your home that night?
No.
What were you wearing that evening? What did you wear to bed?
Pajamas.
What kind of pajamas?
I can't recall, but I wear pajamas to bed.
Would you normally wear like a t-shirt? Would it be top and bottoms?
It would normally be like a t-shirt and a pair of pajama pants.
Okay. And that evening when you saw the defendant in the family room, what was he wearing?
A pair of jeans, a black t-shirt, and he had tied on his belt loops scarves all the way around his pants, and it made it look like he was wearing like a dress, but it was scarves.
When you say he had scarves on his pants, what color were they?
They were white, pink, and peach.
Did you recognize those scarves when you got out to the family room and realized what they were tied around his waist?
I did.
What were they?
They were scarves that were mine, that were left behind at the Newberry Grove Loop home. They were left in the closet of his home in a metal bin with a lid.
Were those your scarves?
They were.
And so those were things that you had never transported to your new home on Du Bloom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ask him what he was doing with those scarves tied on his waistband?
Yes, it was dark in both the bedroom and in the family room. And one of the times in the struggle that he had me pinned down, I asked, "What do you have on you?" I wasn't sure what these things were that were hanging. And he said that they were scarves, and then I recognized that they were indeed scarves. And as it got lighter out, I could see them more.
When the children were still, when Brent and Grady were still there at the house, did he ever do anything with the scarves that you recall?
No.
At some point, do you see Arden?
Yes.
And where do you see her?
After a few hours, I was being held in the corner of the family room, and she came through the front door and walked straight back the hallway, back to the master bedroom. And I heard, "Come on, let's go." And I watched as she and Bryn and Grady walked up the hallway and out the front door.
Did you know Arden was going to be entering the home when that happened?
No,
So the defendant didn't tell you Arden's coming to get the kids, anything like that?
no,
When she walked in the home, did you say anything to her?
no,
Did you have any idea where she had been?
no,
Did you say anything to Bryn and Grady
no,
or Arden when they left the house?
no,
Did you know where they were going?
no.
Was Arden similar to Landon in that she was upset about you and the defendant getting a divorce?
Yes, she was.
Did you see Landon at any point when Arden came in to get Bryn and Grady?
I knew he was there. I don't recall if I saw him. If I saw him, it was very, very quick.
How did you know he was there?
I must have seen him because I knew he was there. He must have been in the doorway when she came in, but I remember knowing he was there.
Did you make any statement to Landon when you saw him?
No.
When the kids go out the front door, where's the defendant when the kids are walking out the front door?
He was holding me in the farthest corner of that family room, like the last seat of the couch, the furthest from the door. And I would say he was on top of me, but he was really like wrapped around my body, holding me in place.
So you were not able to run out the front door, is that
No.
correct?
No.
Do you know where the children went?
No.
Did you ask the defendant where the children were going?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that his parents came to get the kids and and to take them home.
And what kind of car did Trevor Summers have on this date?
I had no understanding of his car. I'd never seen his car. He told me that he bought a new Chrysler Pacifica.
But you had not seen it to
I
date.
had not seen it.
Okay. After the children, first of all, let me stop. Do you have any idea what time what time frame this is when the children leave? Are you looking at a clock? Do you have access to a clock when you're in that family room area?
There's no clock in the family room.
When the children leave, what happens next?
The same demeanor he had while sitting on the couch, the restraining me, holding my body, was the way that he escorted me back to the master bedroom. He guided me, and I was exhausted now, and he took me into the master bedroom, and that's when I saw the time, approximately between 5:30 6 o'clock area.
During, from the first time that you saw him, from 3 o'clock until 5:30, 6 o'clock, after you had been trying to get out the front door, and then he guides you to the back, what was your mindset as far as whether or not you were going to be able to try to get out of the house anymore?
I tried as much as I could to get help and to get out the front door, not just for myself but for my kids. But I realized that he was going to overpower me every time I tried to do anything. So at this point, I've completely exhausted, and I'm just left in that position.
Okay. When he takes you back from the family room, where does he take you to?
He takes me to the master bedroom.
And what happens in there?
This is the first time that he ties me up. He took the scarves and he tied my hands, my
Are these the
wrists.
scarves that you had described earlier that was around his waistband?
Correct.
And what did he do with those scarves?
He tied my wrists, tied my ankles, put a sock in my mouth, and wrapped a scarf around my mouth. He pulled a nylon rope from his pocket and cocoon wrapped me in this nylon rope.
When you say, was that your body or still your hands?
No, my whole body.
This nylon rope, did you recognize where this came from?
No, I'd never seen it before.
Okay, so it was not a particular item from your home, is that correct?
No.
Did he tie you up with anything else this initial time?
Yes, once I was tied there, lying on the bed, he left and came back in with my Christmas lights from my garage.
When he had left to go get these Christmas lights, were you able to get free?
I was working my way out. I was able to kind of squirm and push my feet kind of up on those ropes that were around me and was able to kind of loosen things up. And then when he came back in with the Christmas lights, he tied those Christmas lights to my bed frame. It was like a metal bed rail, and he crisscrossed them over me, securing me down to the bed.
Was there any getting out of it at that point?
No.
Were you able, did you have the sock in your mouth still, or
Yes.
so you were not able to communicate?
No.
Where did you recognize the Christmas tree lights?
Yes.
And how did you recognize them?
We had Christmas. That was my first Christmas on my own a few months earlier, and they were Christmas lights from my bin in my garage.
So you recognized them from being from your home?
Yes.
What was the defendant saying anything to you? Were you saying anything to him when he was tying you up, either with the scars or with tying you down to the bed?
Not at this point.
Was there any conversation that had occurred in the family room?
No.
Ms. Johnson, whenever, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's 3 o'clock. Whenever you get to a good breaking point, we'll do our afternoon break.
Yes, Your Honor. Were you on speaking terms with the defendant at this time, or was it solely the communication was based around the children?
The communication at this time was only through attorneys, and our oldest daughter, who's 14, okay, I'm going to pick you up at the playground. I didn't communicate at all with Trevor Summers.
Was there, and this I'm speaking about in March 10th of 2017, that was it? It was through attorneys?
Yes.
And it was through your oldest daughter to pick up the other children?
Correct.
Either her or the other children?
Correct.
Judge, I think we can take a break now.
Okay, gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take our afternoon break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case during your break. We will see you back after about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. Let the record reflect everyone is present. Ms. Mathewson, let's go ahead and bring you back down and put you in the witness stand, and then we'll get the jury if the state is ready. And the defense?
Yes, sir.
All right, after you're up here, we'll get them. You can go ahead and have a seat, and then the bailiff will let us know when they're outside, and we can all stand. While the door is closed, Ms. Johnson, approximately any idea? I'm not rushing you, trust me. I just am looking at, it's 3:20. Seated, everyone else may be seated at this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. We are going to pick up where we left off with the direct examination of this witness.
Ms. Summers, Ms. Mathewson, I apologize. I want to take you back for a moment to Friday, March 10th of 2017. You had explained why Landon did not come to your home that night. Cooper, why didn't he come that night?
Trevor Summers did not release him to come to my house.
So you had Arden, Brennan Grady, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you are being tied down to the bed, are you fighting back, struggling at that time, or what were you doing?
As much as I could fight back, I did. As much as I could try to get loose, I did. But at some point, I came to the realization of my situation. I am stuck. I'm tied to this bed. I'm not getting out.
Okay. And you had briefly stated there was an injunction in place prior to March 10th of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been identified as State's Exhibit AA for identification purposes.
I'm sorry, did you say AA?
AA. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the temporary injunction that was in place on March 10th of 2017?
Yes.
State offers into evidence State's Exhibit AA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Object.
I'm sorry, you have an objection? No, I do not. I'm not hesitating to be admitted, but on the exhibit list, I don't see an AA. I see an A1, an A2, and A3.
It's on the second page, Judge.
Oh, okay.
We go through the whole alphabet, and then we got to start over.
Not a problem. All right, so it is states AA, and it will be admitted at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I see it.
Permission to publish,
You
Judge?
may publish it to the jury.
Ms. Mathewson, this is the first page of that document, and it lists you as the petitioner versus Trevor Summers as the respondent. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's for a temporary injunction for protection against domestic violence with minor children.
Yes.
And there was a hearing date that was scheduled for March 7th of 2017, which was prior to the March 10th, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did that hearing date get continued?
I sent my attorney. I didn't go to that hearing.
Okay. Did you receive a new date?
Yes.
And when was that new date scheduled for?
It was scheduled for the week of March 13th, someday that week. I believe it was the 15th, possibly.
Okay. Do you know if the continuance was made by the defendant or by his attorney on his behalf?
Yes.
Did you ask that this March 7th date get moved?
No.
The temporary injunction, even though the hearing date for whether or not a permanent injunction is going to be granted did not affect this temporary injunction. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So on March 10th, March 11th, March 12th, March 13th of 2017, this injunction was still binding, was still effective.
Correct.
Showing you publishing the last page, which shows a document filed February 22nd of 2017 at 3:59 p.m. It shows that Trevor Summers, the respondent, was identified via Florida DL and was served with this document. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the date in which you sought your petition for the injunction?
It was a holiday that Monday, so I had to go in on that Tuesday. It would be the 21st. February 21st would have been that Tuesday.
And showing you the second to last page of this document where Judge Gabbard signs this on February 21st of 2017 at 6:38:22 p.m. So the day before Trevor Summers was served with this document, correct?
Correct.
We're going to go into why you sought this injunction. Judge, maybe you approach for a moment.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a brief instruction for you at this time. Oh, I don't need the microphone. The evidence that you are about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, the absence of mistake or accident, and to corroborate the testimony of Alisa Summers, and you shall consider it only as it relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the information. You may proceed.
Ms. Mathewson. Yes. You got an injunction on February 21st of 2017.
Correct.
Why did you get an injunction on that date?
Because Trevor Summers held me against my will at knife point on February 18th
Of 2017?
of 2017.
So we're going to talk about that incident for a little bit. How is it that you came to be in contact with the defendant on February 18th of 2017?
He contacted me and wanted to do a marriage settlement agreement. He was being extremely kind to me. We were trying to, I thought we were being an amicable divorce, which is what I had wanted. I had wanted to be able to co-parent for the kids. And he was being very nice, was agreeing that the marriage was over, was agreeing to get me a marriage settlement agreement, and asked me to come to his home where he would have a notary.
Was that at the Newberry Grove Loop?
Yes.
Did you agree to go to his home on that date to discuss the final divorce and marriage settlement?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately when you went there on that date?
Around lunchtime?
And when you got there, were the children there?
No.
And what happened when you arrived at that Newberry Grove Loop?
The notary was not there, but he said that she would be coming soon, and that he wanted to talk to me first. He wanted to basically go over all the faults in the marriage, the mistakes that he had made, and said that he was accepting that the marriage was over, and that he had already prepared the marriage settlement agreement, but asked me if I would have sex with him one last time in our marriage.
And you had been married for 16 years and had 5 children together, is that correct?
Correct.
So is that something that you did agree to?
I did.
Was that sex consensual?
Yes.
And so what happened after that?
The notary came, and we sat with the notary. We had the forms notarized.
Was everything in the agreement, everything he had told you that he was going to do?
Yes.
And what were those things? You said he was being very nice.
He was 50-50 custody of the children, child support and alimony, and just an agreement of splitting holidays and things along those lines.
And was he going to provide you a check on that day?
Yes.
What was that check going to be in the
It was
amount?
$25,000, and I believe a second check for the first week of child support.
And so the notary came. Did all the documents get signed and notarized?
Yes.
What happened next?
He asked me if I would stay and have a drink with him.
And did you do that?
I did.
What did you have to drink?
I had a martini.
Did the defendant drink alcohol?
Yes, I believe he had like a scotch or a whiskey, something along those lines.
Okay. And is there any more conversation that takes place on that day?
No, just that we were going to be friends, that we were going to be able to move forward for the kids, and that, you know, it seemed like we were just going to have a nice friendship.
Did you then leave after that?
I didn't. He said, well, now that we have signed this agreement and it's notarized, it's kind of like we're not married now. Can we have sex again? And I did.
And that was consensual?
Yes.
After the sex, did you leave at that point?
He had made something to eat. I ate with him, and then I said, I really have to get home to the children. I need to leave. I went out the front door, and he said, oh, I almost forgot I have something else for you. And we went back inside, and I followed him in to the house and followed him into the master bedroom.
What happened when you got into the master bedroom?
It's a hallway, and he went through the hallway and turned into, he normally keeps his safe and things in the closet, so he went into the closet.
Is that closet within the master bedroom?
It is. And the door of the closet faces the master bed, and he turned into the closet and turned back and pushed me down onto the bed and pulled a knife out from between the mattress and the box spring, and he held a machete at my chest.
What happened at that point?
He opened the end table, and there was rope and duct tape, and he told me if I cooperated, he would not tie me up, and he would not use the rope or the duct tape.
And what did he mean by cooperate? Did you know at that point?
He told me that he was not okay with the divorce, that what I had done and destroyed the family, that he was not going to take this, and that I was going to stay and listen to him.
Were you able to leave at that point?
No.
What took place after that?
I was held for a few hours and just sat on the bed, stayed still, stayed calm, spoke to him, told him that I understood how he was upset, and that if he let me go, that we would forget about this and that nothing would happen. Just let me go.
Why did you stay calm and try to convince him to let you go?
Because I figured I'd be able to talk my way out of it, and he would let me go. Like, he made a mistake and just let me go.
Did he let you go?
Yes, eventually I was able to talk him down, calm him down, and I got into my car and left.
And prior to him letting you leave, did you promise him that you were not going to call the police?
I did.
Once you left, did you in fact call the police?
As soon as I pulled out of his driveway.
And did you, after that, is that when you ultimately sought the injunction?
Yes.
And so you had described that your relationship then in March of 2017, that you two were not speaking.
No, we were not.
You did not go to his house to pick up the children. It was at a public area.
Correct.
So we're going to go back to talking about, we're in the early morning hours, early afternoon of March 11th of 2017. You were tied down to the bed. What is happening at this point? You're tied up and you're tied to the bed. What does he remain in the bedroom?
So this is, I got first tied up about approximately 6 a.m. on that Saturday morning. After he used the Christmas lights to tie me to the bed rails, he went and got the vacuum, and brought the vacuum in and used the vacuum cord to go underneath the mattress and wrap around to strap me more down.
Is any conversation happening when this is, and what is his demeanor?
He, at this point, does remove the sock and the scarf from my mouth, and his demeanor was that he's been upset about the divorce, that he is getting a boat and going out and disappearing and getting out in international water. So that's as soon as he removes from me, I ask, where are the children? Where are the kids at? I'm tied to the bed. You've just removed the sock and the scarf from my mouth, and I want to know where my children are. That is the first conversation.
And so what did he tell you about where the children were?
He told me that his parents drove from Riverview up to Valrico and came in and collected the children.
And so was the first time that you learned how the children left, was it at that time, or was it when shortly after the children had walked out of the home?
It was at that time.
Okay. And so when he had told you that his parents had come and gotten the children, did you have any reason to believe anything else, or that they got home any other way?
No.
Does he put the sock back in your mouth at this point?
No, because I was having some problems breathing. I had been trying to breathe through my mouth. I had some congestion, and I just asked him, like, I'm not going to scream, just... And so he did not put the sock back in my mouth.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a moment. When you discuss that he is upset about the divorce and that the marriage is ending, was he aware that you were moving on romantically in your life?
Yes.
And how were you doing that?
I had met someone. I had met Jeff Mathewson, who is now my husband, but at the time we had just met.
And were you dating?
We were friends. We were both interested in dating, but due to the circumstances, we had decided that we were going to be friends. And he was, very nice and kind and looking out for me.
Were you dating? Had you dated prior to meeting Jeffrey Mathewson?
I went on one date, and then there was one guy that came and set up a fire stick on my TV, and that was it.
Was that a date, or was that someone who?
It wasn't nothing. I didn't consider it a date.
Okay. When did the defendant have problems with the fact that you were moving on from him?
Yes, in our marriage, I was never allowed to speak to a man or have men on my Facebook or have anything to do unless it was supervised.
That was the kind of marriage relationship that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. So briefly, after he had taken the sock out, you had asked about the children. You had started to say that he was talking about a boat. Can you explain what the defendant told you about this boat?
Yes, he started telling me that he was going to disappear. He was getting a boat to international water. He had chartered this boat that was going to take him out of the country, basically no papers, no questions asked, and that he would be leaving approximately at 9 a.m. So I'm thinking, okay, I need to wait out.
At 9 a.m., meaning the morning of March 11th?
Correct.
Okay, so this is shortly after, you're having this conversation shortly after the children leave the home.
Correct. So approximately to me, it's like, okay, 3 hours, and I'm going to be fine in 3 hours.
Because you're thinking back to what happened on February 18th. It's going to be done.
Correct.
Okay. So, what happens during that? Once he tells you that, and you're thinking, all right, I'm just going to have to get through 3 hours. Did he say what was going to happen when he was going to go get on this boat at 9 a.m.? What was going to happen to you?
Not at this point.
Okay. Do you question him any more about this?
No, he was just in and out of the room, and I was just staying calm and buying my time.
Did you have any reason to believe that what he was saying about this boat was fake, made up, not real?
No.
So, do you remain tied up on the bed there?
Yes.
Okay. And where does the defendant, does he remain there in the bedroom or go elsewhere?
He was in and out.
And when he would be in and out, did you know where he would go?
No.
How long would he be gone from your bedroom?
Maybe 30 minutes, and come back in and sit on the edge of the bed and talk some more, and then go out of the room and do whatever he was doing.
Did you know whether or not he remained at the home when he would leave the bedroom, or if he left the home?
No.
you had said that your hands were tied, you were tied down to the bed, and they were tied to the bed frame, and you were tied underneath the mattress. So were you able to get out of that at all when he would leave for these periods of time?
No,
Did you try?
I tried.
At some point, does he come back in?
Yes.
Are there conversations that are taking place during this time?
It was a lot of kind of rambling type conversations. He would just talk about just random things about money in offshore accounts, and he's got this boat, and he's going to the islands.
Okay. What's the next thing that happens that you remember?
So 9 o'clock came and went, and approximately 10 o'clock he comes in and says there's no more boats running. They only run them at nighttime. I'm going to be here until night comes, and then I'm going to go.
When he comes in and says this, is this something that he is upset about?
Yes.
Or what is his demeanor?
Yes, he seems that he's upset. He missed the boat. He missed the timelines, and now he's got to wait all day here in my house, and I'm feel deflated as well because now I'm in this situation until nighttime.
Is there any conversation that takes place? Anything else during this time?
No, he started to undo all of the things that had me tied to the bed, undo even the scarves, and completely untied me.
Did you ask him to untie you, or is that something he did on his own?
He just started untying me.
Did you question him, like, why are you untying me? Anything like that?
No.
What happened next once he untied you?
He started to remove my bottoms and proceeded to have sex with me.
Was that with your consent, that sex?
No.
Did you tell him no?
No.
Did you fight back?
No.
Why is it that you did not tell him no or fight back?
Because I didn't want to get hurt.
Was that your fear at that point based upon everything that had happened up to that point?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
Did he say anything to you, or did he just remove your bottoms?
Just removed my bottoms.
What was going through your head at that time?
Just need to get through this day. I'll just get through this day.
When you say that you had sex, what body part of his touched your body part?
His penis into my vagina.
What happened when the sex was over with?
I was now untied. I was able to get up and put my bottoms on.
Was it the same bottoms that you had worn prior to him taking them off?
Yes.
Were you wearing underwear?
Yes. At this point, he is staying right on top of me, not allowing me to have kind of free range of things. So he is just his body like right up against my body. And I asked him if I could go have a cigarette.
Were you a smoker?
I smoke when I'm a lot of stress. So I, with the divorce and things, I had picked it up and said, I'll quit when things settle back down.
Did you smoke in your home?
No.
When you would smoke before this March 11th incident began happening, where would you typically smoke?
The front door, there was a chair, and there was a little bucket, and I would put the cigarette butts there and sit in that chair.
Did he allow you to smoke in the front of the house on March 11th of 2017?
No.
Where did the defendant allow you to smoke?
The one window that faced the backyard.
And is that the photograph that I showed you previously with the cigarette butts?
Yes.
Were those your cigarette butts?
Yes.
So how would you tell me how that would happen?
So he would, still touching his body, my body, would guide me kind of like a puppet would move me over into that room, hovering over me. He'd let me sit down on the floor, and he would open that window, and I was able to lean while he is hovering over me the entire time and smoke.
Did you feel like you could run to the front door during this transition from your bedroom to the bedroom that he was going to allow you, from your bedroom to the room that you were going to smoke from?
No,
And was that the kids' playroom or the kids' bedroom?
kids' playroom.
The master bedroom you had stated was in the back side of the house.
Correct.
And the kids' bedrooms and the playroom, were they on the same side of your home or the opposite?
They were on the opposite.
The opposite side from the master?
Correct.
Were the playroom and the kids' bedroom on the same side of the house?
Yes.
And which room was further towards the back? Was it the kids' bedroom or the playroom?
Playroom.
So you were in the window in the bedroom that was furthest to the backyard?
Correct.
Were you able to, scream out the window for help or anything like that?
No. He was again right there. So if I tried to scream, I didn't feel safe. But also, there's nobody that in that proximity from the backyard. You can't see the house behind. There's a large fence.
Did you, when you said it wouldn't be, I think you said safe, what do you mean by that?
I didn't feel safe with him hovering over me, that if I started to scream that then he would hurt me.
Okay. And you were afraid of being hurt?
Yes.
Okay. After you smoked a cigarette, what was the next thing that he did? Did he allow you to remain there in the children's playroom?
No, he guided me back into the master bedroom.
And when you say guided, was he holding on to you? Was he pushing you? What do you mean by that?
It's kind of like a parent would kind of, not like you're holding the child's hand, but if you were to be behind them and they're smaller and you are kind of pushing them in the way you want them to go.
Okay.
But still keeping your hands on them and guiding.
So you stated you weren't allowed to stay in the playroom. Where were you moved to?
Back to the master bedroom.
And what happened when you got back to the master bedroom?
He tied me for the second time.
How were you tied up this time?
This time was hog-tied.
When you say hog-tied, what do you mean by that?
I was laying on my stomach, and he used the rope that he had brought from his home.
When you say how did you know he brought that rope from
It
his
was
home?
not rope that was at my house, and
Okay.
he had pulled it from his pocket the first time he had tied me up.
Was this the same kind of rope that you had described that he had cocooned your body, had tied up?
Yes,
Okay. Did he use that same rope that you had been previously tied up with, or did he have more rope?
the same rope.
Did it match the rope that you saw in the drawer on his nightstand drawer from February 18th of 2017?
No.
And so, explain to me again, I'm sorry, when you say hogtied, what do you mean by that?
I was lying on my stomach, and he tied my ankles up to my hands. So my hands are like this, and my ankles are that way as well.
So your hands are behind your back?
Yes.
And your ankles and your hands are tied together?
Yes.
And is it with the same kind of rope?
Yes.
Do you remember what color that was?
It was black.
And so were you laying on your stomach or on your side?
I was laying on my stomach.
And after, did he say anything to you why he was tying you this way, this particular time?
No.
What happened next after he tied you up?
He put duct tape over my mouth, and I started struggling because I was having problems breathing because I had some congestion, and I just couldn't breathe out of my nose. And so he removed the duct tape and told me that as long as I was quiet, he would not have to use the duct tape.
Had you been screaming when you were tied up prior, the first time?
No.
Okay, but he had still told you that if you were you have to be quiet.
Yes.
Did you remain quiet?
Yes.
So you didn't have to have the tape on your face.
Correct.
Did he remain in the room when you were hogtied?
Once I was tied up, he was in and out.
Same as he was before?
Correct.
Did you know what he was doing out there?
No.
Do you know how long you were hogtied up for?
Overall, it was in that position, and I was hogtied for a few hours.
Were there any conversations that took place, anything that he came in and discussed with you or did to you when you were in the hogtied position?
Yes, as soon as he had, shortly after tying me into the hogtied, he used my thumbprint to unlock my iPhone.
And was that how you typically unlocked your iPhone, was from your thumbprint?
Yes.
Do you know where your iPhone came from?
This is the first time that I'd seen it since it wasn't on my end table.
So does he walk in with your iPhone in his hand?
Yes.
And is he able to unlock your phone with the thumbprint?
Yes.
Do you ask him, what are you doing with my phone? Does he tell you what he's doing with your phone?
He told me that with the conversation about him going to the island, he was disappearing and all of this, and that I would be left, alone with the kids and everything that was his. And I said something along the lines is, nobody's going to believe any of this. And he said, I'm going to
When you said that he was leaving everything to you and nobody's going to believe any of this, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he just disappears and we're in the middle of a divorce, and I'm thinking, okay, first person they're going to look at, or that the fact that he came into my house and violated a domestic violence protection order, all of these different things that I'm right now hogtied. Nobody's going to believe any of this. And he said, I'm going to make a video for you.
And were you present for the video that he makes?
Yes.
Does your room have a fan in it?
Yes.
And does he make these videos utilizing your iPhone?
Yes.
Going back for a moment, we had briefly discussed about Arden and Landon being upset about the divorce.
Yes.
Were they also upset about you reporting the February 18th incident to law enforcement?
Yes.
Were they present during that incident?
No.
But they were upset that you had reported something to law enforcement about their father?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Y for identification purposes. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Those are my initials.
And have you had the opportunity to review this disc?
Yes.
And does this disc contain several videos? Are they fair and accurate copy of videos that the defendant recorded utilizing your iPhone?
Yes.
State offers in evidence State's Exhibit Y.
Any objection to why? No objection. All right, Y will be admitted.
May I have one moment, sir? The videos that were done in your presence, can you see your fan
Yes.
Is there a video that was not in your presence but was on your phone that was done in a different room?
Yes.
Separate from you?
Yes.
You had stated that you were congested. Were you taking any medication for that issue?
So I would say 4 days earlier, I did have a head congestion, bad enough that I was taking NyQuil, and there was a bottle of NyQuil in the bathroom.
Did you take any NyQuil on March 10th?
No.
Did you take any NyQuil on March 11th?
Yes.
Did you request that NyQuil?
No.
How was it that you came to take NyQuil on March 11th?
Trevor Summers several times gave me NyQuil to drink.
Would you drink it when he gave it to you?
Yes.
Were you holding the bottle drinking it, or was he pouring it in your mouth?
He was pouring it into my mouth while I was tied.
Okay. Did you say, I don't want to take that, or did you take it?
I took it.
Why is it that you took it?
Because, again, I was afraid and just going along with keeping myself safe.
When the defendant came in and needed your thumbprint, did he say anything? Did you know whether people were calling you, trying to get into contact with you, or if he was talking to people utilizing your phone when he was away from your room? Did you know any of that?
I don't. No.
In the video, in one of the videos that is obtained that's gotten from from your iPhone that the defendant made, where are you when that video is made?
I am hogtied on my bed.
At some point, are you moved positions, or do you get out of that hog tie?
Yes. At one point, being hogtied, the pain was so incredible, of shooting pain and spasms through my back from being in that position, that I was crying out to him and begging him to please just roll me onto my side, so that way my legs and my arms would stop the pain radiating through them and through my back. And he came in and pushed me over onto my side, still hogtied.
Okay. What's the next thing that you remember happening?
After this, him going in and out and me being hogtied and then moved hogtied on my side, he eventually came in and untied me and had sex with me again.
Was there any conversation before that occurred?
No.
Did you tell him no?
No.
Did you do the same exact thing that you did the first time that he did that?
Yes.
Did he remove your clothes, or did you remove them?
He did.
Did this occur in your bedroom?
Yes.
On your fitted sheet?
Yes.
And did you offer any resistance or tell him no, or did you simply acquiesce?
I just simply went along to keep myself safe.
Did you consent to that sex?
No.
Can you tell me what body part of his touched your body part?
His penis and my vagina.
And both the times that we've discussed this, does his penis go inside of your vagina?
Yes.
What's the next thing that you remember happening?
Again, he let me put my pants on and go, and he again led me, guided me back to the playroom window, sat me down just as before, and allowed me to smoke out that window.
What's the next thing that happened?
He guided me back into the bedroom, this time guided me into the master bathroom. He told me to undress and get in the shower. He left the shower curtain opened and stood there the entire time I showered with his arms out, blocking and just standing there hovering so I would not try to escape out of the shower.
At any time did you say, you don't need to do that, I'm not going to run, you don't need to be guiding me, I'm not going to run?
No, that's what he did and how he controlled my movements within the house.
Okay. What happens after you get out of the shower? Do you put those same clothes back on, or did you put different clothes back on?
Different clothes were on. My hair was still wet.
What did you do with the clothes that you had taken off?
They went into the hamper that was in the bathroom.
And I'm sorry, did you remember what you were wearing, the clothes before you took a shower?
The pajamas.
Okay.
And then it was, again, some sort of a comfortable type clothing, like something that you would be able to be comfortable and sleep in, that I put on. I don't remember what the next clothes that were put on, but it was something comfortable.
When you said that you put on comfortable clothes that you could sleep in, did you sleep at all during this entire time since 3 a.m. that you were awoken by the defendant?
Because of the NyQuil, I had dozed, but while tied up, I had been able to doze.
Okay. So after you put the clothes on and got out of the shower, what's the next thing that happened?
He told me that it's getting late. He's going to be leaving for the boat soon. And I thought, okay, I've made it through this day. It's almost over. And he told me that once he is out into international water, that my best friend Jennifer would be contacted to come to my home and untie me. But he had to tie me up to make sure that he could get out into international water.
And so where does he tie you up?
He ties me, and I begged him. I said, please don't hog-tie me. It was so painful. Please don't. And he put, similar to the first tying up, he laid me on my back. He had tied me more my wrists, my ankles, but then he had gotten a sheet, a pink sheet, and he wrapped the sheet around me as a cocoon and then wrapped around that. And then
Do you know where this pink sheet came from?
it was in the hall closet right outside the master bedroom. There was a hall closet.
Was there any getting out of that?
No, this one was even more cocooning and tight than the first time.
And so what did he expect you to do once he left for the boat and you were tied up? What?
He turned on the Netflix series Crown and said, "You'll enjoy this show. Just watch this to entertain you until Jennifer comes and unties you."
So does he then leave and go get on the boat?
He left. And I
When you say he left the room or he left the home?
I thought he had left the home.
Okay. So what do you do?
So I wanted to make sure that he was really gone. I laid and watched the show calmly because I didn't want him come back in and see I'm half out of this. And then after probably 30 or 40 minutes, it was so quiet, and I was sure he had left. I started to squirm. I started to try to wiggle my way out, and that's when then my bedroom door opened, and I saw the look on Mr. Summers' face and realized he was there to kill me.
Can you describe that look?
It was the most evil, frightening look that I'd ever seen.
So what happens?
He put a pillow over my face.
Can you describe this pillow?
It was a normal bed pillow that you would sleep on with a tan pillowcase on it.
Was this a pillow from your bedroom or another bedroom in the home?
It would normally be on my bed.
Was it on your bed?
I don't recall. My recollection when I saw him come in the room is that he had the pillow behind his back.
Okay. So what's the next thing that happened that you remember?
He pushed down the pillow on my face, and I'm just moving my head, squirming, trying to get air. And he climbed on top of me with his full body weight, first his upper body, full force on the pillow on my face, and then he actually scooted up his lower body and straddled up on my upper chest area to put even more pressure down on my face.
And were you still tied up at this time?
Yes.
And did he say anything when he came in with the pillow or when he was pushing it down on you?
No.
Were you able to say anything?
No.
Were you able to gasp for air or find any way to take a breath?
I tried, and sometimes I would get a little bit, but I'd be like, this is my last breath, and this is it.
What's the next thing that you remember?
I remember. Can I talk about what I was thinking?
So we'll get there.
Okay.
But what's the next thing that you remember?
When I lost consciousness, and when I came to, the pillow was on my face, but there was no pressure. And I remember leaning up to try to get some air, like where the pillow comes in, and I just said, please. And when I said please, he lifted the pillow off of my face, and he looked at me, and he said, what? Please, what? And I said, please, I'll do whatever you want, please. And he said, you're going with me. And I said, yes, I will go with you.
When the last thing you remember, you felt the pressure of the pillow coming down, and then you realized the pillow is just laying on top of your face. Did you lose consciousness in between those two events?
I did.
Do you know how long you had lost consciousness?
No.
What was going through your mind when that was happening?
I was thinking about my children, and that I know where I'm going, and I'm going to meet Jesus.
You need a minute? Judge, can we have a minute?
You want to take a break? Do you need to take a break, ma'am? You all right? All right, you proceed.
So you had agreed to go with him. Why did you agree to go with him?
To stay alive.
And when you were agreeing to go with him, it was to go be on this boat with him in international waters. Is that correct?
Correct. We were going to out to international waters and going to the islands.
So when you agree to go with him, what happens?
He goes, he took the Christmas lights, and he put them back into my garage. I wasn't there, but he took those Christmas lights and came back with a suitcase that was in my garage. he began to,
Were you all untied at the point that he comes back with the suitcase?
not fully untied yet.
Were you able to get out of it?
No.
What, how did you feel after you had gone through the suffocation and losing consciousness?
I could not feel my extremities. I could not move my arms and legs from the lack of oxygen.
Who packs a suitcase, or what does he do with the suitcase?
So he put the suitcase up on the bed, opened it, and began going through my drawers, going through my closet, and placing things into the suitcase.
Did you assist him in any way in packing that suitcase?
No.
Do you know, publishing set 1A10, how that screen got off of the window?
I don't want to say what I believe.
No, it's
No.
only, you can't say what you believe. Do you know how that screen got off the window?
No.
The last time you were either in the children's playroom or you were in your backyard, how did that window and screen look?
Normal, like the screen on the windows.
Okay. Set 1A2, here on the ground there are multiple cigarette butts. You talked about 2 different smoking times that he allowed you to smoke from the children's playroom window. Were you allowed to have more than 1 cigarette during those times?
Yes, but they were back to back.
Does Trevor Summers, does he smoke?
No.
Does he use tobacco products?
Yes.
What tobacco products does he use?
Kodiak, wintergreen, chewing tobacco.
Looking at states A20, can you tell me what these hooks are up here in the top center part of the photograph?
That would be my key hook, where I walk in and I always hang my keys on those hooks.
Your car keys?
Car keys.
And they're not there in that photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
States A22, when you described how the defendant had you when the children exited, was it on the couch or on this end of the couch that's in the pretty much almost the center of the photograph?
Yes.
Is that the far side that you were referencing?
Yes.
When you went to bed that night, how were these pillows positioned on the couch? Or were they positioned on the couch or on the ground?
I normally kept them on the couch.
During the struggle with the defendant, is that how those pillows got down to the floor?
Yes.
So you normally had your couch kept the way your pillows are on the other side of the couch that backs the kitchen
Yes.
wall? States A26. This small turquoise item on the coffee table, can you tell me what that is?
That would be an old case for the old Samsung phone.
And was the last time you saw your Samsung phone, was it in that case or in a different case?
In a different case.
So was that just sitting out on your coffee table?
Yes.
States A29. Can you tell me which room we are looking at here?
That is the entrance to the garage.
States A30. Specifically, this yellow bag on top of the dryer. What is that?
That would be my tool bag.
Is that where you had left it when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
Yes.
States A31. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
That's the other side of the garage.
Did your garage appear this way when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. With the wrapping paper up against the wall there and a box that appears to have a Christmas tree open?
Yes.
States A35. What are we looking at here?
That is inside the tool bag.
And is that the duct tape, your duct tape that was located within that tool bag?
Yes.
Looking at A38, this black nylon rope, is that what you had described earlier that he had, the defendant had tied you up with?
Yes.
The rope that you said was not from your home, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know, was that in your trash can when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
No.
And to the, looking at down on the trash can to the right, it appears to be what is a NyQuil or generic NyQuil bottle. Was that in your trash the night of March 10th of 2017 when you went to sleep?
No.
Did you put that bottle in the trash can?
No.
Did you put those rope pieces in the trash can?
No.
States A44. The brown pillow that the defendant utilized to suffocate you, do you see that here in the picture?
Yes.
Do you know which, if it was the one that was on the top or the bottom?
I don't know which one.
States A45. Can you describe for me what this black and white item is along with this peach item on the floor?
The black and white item is the belt to the dress that's in the laundry basket. And the peach item would have been the scarf that he had tied on him.
Were there multiple scarves that were tied on him?
Yes.
Was that black and white belt that belonged to that dress part of one of the items that he had tied to his pants, or that was separate?
That was separate.
Did he ever utilize that to tie you up?
No.
States A46. Let me go out so we can see what we're looking at. This appears to be the top of the
Armoire.
armoire.
Yes.
Do you recognize the items on the top there?
Yes, those are scarves that he had tied to him that he used to tie me up with.
Was that the first time that he tied you up,
Yes,
or both
the
times?
first time.
States A48. You had previously testified that the Kleenex box you had thrown at the defendant when you had realized that he was in your room. Do you know how the Kleenex box got put back up there?
I don't recall some.
Showing you States A49. There appears to be some writing on your bedroom wall. Do you know what that says?
Thanks for being an asshole.
How did that get on your wall?
On February 20th, 2017, I was at work. I came home from work to find my home vandalized. There was writing all over the walls. There was Kool-Aid poured onto my bed. There was trash thrown everywhere around in my home.
Do you know who did that?
My children,
And when you say your children, what children?
Arden and Landon.
And was that done due to them being upset about you reporting their father to the police about a February 18th incident?
Yes.
So March 10th and 11th of 2017, is it safe to say that they were very supportive of the defendant?
Yes.
Publishing A67, whose room was this?
This was the children's room.
And it appears to be there's 3 beds in this bedroom.
Yes.
One with pink sheets, one that's in the middle there with what appears to be a wooden headboard, and then one with what appears to be dark navy fitted sheet on top.
Correct.
Whose beds were those?
Bryn, Cooper, and Grady.
Did did their room look like that the night of March 10th of 2017 when you went to sleep?
Yes.
Showing A73, which room was this?
This was the playroom.
And is this the window here that you were allowed to smoke out of?
Yes.
When you went to bed the night of March 10th of 2017, were all of your windows locked?
Yes.
And did you lock your front door?
Yes.
States 83. the little blue metal or little blue pail that is to, in this photograph, the right of your front door? What is that?
That would be where I would throw my cigarette butt.
Is that when you would typically smoke when the defendant was not there? That's where you would put it?
Yes.
States A84. Is that a close-up or view of what is inside that pail?
Yes.
A96, the duct tape that is located in this trash can, was that duct tape in there when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
No.
A98. What is this in the on the very left of the photograph, sitting on the chair in your bedroom?
It's an old tablet of the kids. I don't believe that it worked.
So we left off talking about he had packed a suitcase for you. You had agreed to go with him to this vote.
Yes.
So do you all leave the home or remain at the home?
He helped me because I couldn't move my extremities. He helped me get dressed into warm clothes. He said I needed to be in warm clothes when we're out on this charter boat. Helped me put on a pair of jeans, a white button-up shirt that was long. At the back, I would say, had kind of like tails. It was a long torso, white shirt, and then a green sweater. And then he tied my hands behind my back.
Did he tell you why he had to tie your hands behind your back if you had agreed that you were going to go with him willingly?
No.
How does he tie your hands behind your back? Do you know what he utilizes?
The black rope.
And do you then exit the home?
Yes, so as we were walking up the hallway, there was a blanket, like a teal color blanket, and he took that off of the couch and he put that around my shoulders.
Was that blocking the view of your hands tied behind your back?
Correct.
And how is it that you all were going to be leaving your home?
He said that we were going to go to his home to get his suitcase and say goodbye to the kids, and he grabbed my car keys from the hook and put the suitcase right out front of the front door and walked me to the car, put me into the car, pulled the seatbelt across me, buckled me, got the suitcase, put it into my car, and then he got in the driver's seat of my car.
Did you at any time tell him that he could utilize your car?
No.
Did you give him permission to borrow your car?
No.
Did you agree to allow him to use it so that you all could go say goodbye to the children and get his suitcase and then go meet this boat?
No.
Was that, in fact, your vehicle that you owned?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a Saturn Outlook.
Who is he driving the vehicle?
Yes.
And where does he drive to?
He drives down Lithia Pinecrest And to go to his home, normally we would turn onto Lithia Pinecrest and then make a quick right onto Bell Shoals. And he didn't make that quick right. He continues down Lithia Pinecrest.
Do you know why he was taking a different route?
No.
Did you ask him why?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He said that he had to make a stop first.
Did he tell you where he needed to make this stop?
No.
Where ultimately is this stop?
He pulled into the Walgreens.
Is this the Walgreens located in Fishhawk?
Yes.
And what happens when he arrives at the Walgreens? Can you describe where he parks in relationship to the entrance?
He parked, pulled in and just kept going straight into the first parking spot that was off of the entrance.
Was the parking, did he park the car that the car was facing the store or facing away from the store?
Away from the store.
And does he say anything to you before getting out of the car?
He got my wallet, and I would keep $200 cash for an emergency in my wallet. He took cash from my wallet and said, I need to get you more NyQuil.
Did you say anything to him like, I don't need NyQuil, I'm fine? Did you ask him to get you NyQuil?
No.
Did you remain in the car when
Yes.
he got out of the car?
Yes.
Do you see where he enters into the store?
Yes.
What do you do then?
With my hands tied behind my back, I maneuvered and was able to hit the release to the seatbelt. And then I leaned and used my hands to open the door and push with my body weight and push myself out of the car.
Were the doors locked?
I don't recall.
What do you do when you're able to open up the door?
I started running away from the store towards the main road and screaming, help me, he's going to kill me.
Why did you run away from the store to the main road and not into Walgreens?
Because he was in there.
Do you know how far you got from the Saturn SUV?
Maybe 20 feet.
And what's the next thing that happened?
He came running through the parking lot, grabbed me, and full force around my body, picked me up and got me back to the car. And as he's trying to push me into the car, I'm arching my back and pushing up on the running boards and screaming and trying to force for him not to push me into the car. Once he pushed me into the car and closed the door, it took so much effort to be able to lean forward and get back out the door that he was able to run around and get into the driver's seat and take off.
And did you see any employee outside of the Walgreens, either when you had exited the car or the defendant was putting you back in the car?
I did.
What happened? What's the next thing that happened after he gets you back in the car and the defendant gets in the driver's seat?
He took us back through the Fishhawk neighborhood and came out through another entrance of the neighborhood and came out onto the main road. While he is driving, I'm able to do the same maneuver again and get the door, and the door swings open as he's turning left into where there was a Catholic church, and the door had swung open. And at this point, he stops, ties me to the seat, puts the seatbelt on me because I didn't have the seatbelt on when he took off of the Walgreens. He didn't rebuckle me. Put the seatbelt back on me, tied me to the chair, and closed the door. And then he took off through all back roads, and then we ended up in the middle of nowhere.
When he didn't rebuckle you in initially, was he in a hurry?
Yes.
When he was getting you back in the car?
Yes.
And so you said then you drove through back roads, and you ended up in the middle of nowhere. Did you know where you were?
I'd never been down that way before.
Do you know if you were still in Hillsborough County or if you were in a different county?
I had no idea.
What's the next thing that happened? Actually, let me stop you for a minute.
Yes.
After he gets you tied to the seat, after the door swung open and he ties you to the seat, what is the defendant's reaction to you regarding you trying to run away at the Walgreens?
Oh, he was furious. Oh, he was so furious. He was yelling at me and saying, now you don't get to say goodbye to the children. I don't have my luggage. I don't have my clothes. You have messed up everything. He is livid.
Are you in fear based upon his amount of anger?
Yes.
So what happens when you all are in the car driving?
He pulled into an area that was, it was high grasses, but it had one of those farm fences, so he pulled off and it was like a dirt road kind of, but as you came up there was that like farm fence, the metal barrier, and he came around and got me out of the car. So I'm standing outside of the car and he walks in front of the car and off to an angle. I'm sorry, back up a minute. Before he pulls up this dirt road, he says to me, "Who's Cheryl?"
Did you know what he meant by that?
I'm going to object. She's speaking more in a narrative.
As the narrative is overruled.
Did you know what he meant by that?
I did when he asked who Cheryl was.
And what did he mean by that?
I'm going to object. Relevancy.
Well, any other objection to whether she knew what he meant by that?
Well, I object to the form of the question.
Approach and tell me the relevance. Ask a different question.
Did you know when you had left your home where your iPhone was?
No.
At what point do you realize the defendant has your iPhone?
He used it several times when I was tied up in the home. At one point it had gotten locked out and he demanded my passcode because my thumbprint wasn't working anymore. I complied and gave it to him for my safety.
When you left your home, when was the next time you realized the defendant had your phone?
After the Walgreens incident, as we were driving out in the country and where I had no idea where I was, he asked me who was Cheryl.
Is that someone who you text regularly with as a friend?
Yes.
Did you know where your phone was at that moment?
At that moment, I knew he had my phone.
Okay. In the car with you and him?
Yes.
Did you see your phone next?
Yes.
When's the next time you saw your phone?
Would be in the car, and he was asking about Cheryl.
Okay. What did he do with your phone?
He pulled off where the farm fence was, pulled me out of the car, still tied up, and walked and threw the phone in a diagonal direction.
Did he tell you why he was throwing your phone?
No.
What's the next thing that happened?
Put me back into the car and drove up the road to a very secluded, even more secluded area that was so dark. It was a wooded area. There was a bridge and a stream, and it was extremely dark. He pulled over onto the gravel. The side of the road was gravel, and he pulled over. He kept me in the car this time, and he walked to the back of the car.
Do you know what he did?
I had tried looking over. I couldn't get a good shot.
Did you see anything in his hand when he had exited the vehicle?
His phone.
Do you know what he did with his phone in that area?
I couldn't tell which direction or anything with his phone.
What did you see any road signs or anything that would alert you to this area, what it was called, anything like that?
Bunker Hill Winery was the landmark that I saw around this area, so I was trying to stay alert, but there was nothing, no road markers or anything in this area, but there was that Bunker Hill Winery, so I was able to remember Bunker Hill Winery.
What is the next thing that then happened? Does he get back in the vehicle, or
No.
do you remain there?
He came to the passenger side, pulled me out of the car. My hands are tied behind my back. And at this point, this is where he is going to kill me, and they're not
That's
going
what you're thinking at this point?
and they're not going to find my body because this is so secluded and such a wooded area.
So what happens?
So he turned me around and slit my wrist and said, "That's for getting out of the car in the Walgreens." Pushed me back into the car, tied me back to the seat, and buckled me back in with my hands still tied behind my back.
Do you know what he cut you with?
No,
Did you see anything in his hand?
no,
Were your hands still tied behind your back after he cut your wrist?
yes,
When he put you in the car, were your hands still tied behind your back?
yes.
Do you all remain there in the car, or does he drive somewhere else?
Drive somewhere else.
Do you feel that you are bleeding from that wrist cut?
Yes,
Was it both wrists or one wrist?
one wrist.
Where does he drive to then?
He drove into a secluded area. There were farms, and he turned down this long dirt road. There was a dilapidated barn. There was a house that had a wire fence around that. Where the fence is, that metal fence fully around this house, and then the dirt road just kept going, and finally it was a clearing with a bulldozer and a big tree, and he parked right under that big tree.
And what time, is this nighttime, daytime, morning?
This is nighttime.
Still on March 11th of 2017.
Yes.
What happens when you arrive at this location?
He parked the car. My hands are still tied behind my back, and he went to sleep.
Did he say anything before he went to sleep?
No.
As far as you know, or as far as you knew, had he been up the entire time from 3 a.m. that you saw him in your home all the way until you had arrived at this location?
Yes.
Nighttime of March of 2017.
Yes.
Do you go to sleep?
No.
Do you get out of the car?
No.
Why not?
I am in the middle of nowhere. The closest house was completely surrounded by a fence, and there's no way I'm making it running as fast as I could run to get to this house.
Does he threaten you if you get out of the car, anything's going to happen? Did you see any weapon or anything that he had used to cut you earlier? Anything like that?
he had the razor blade. He sat right there on the center console.
Were your hands tied behind your back?
They were.
Did you go all night with your hands tied behind your back?
I did.
And do you know how long the defendant slept for?
A few hours.
Did you sleep at all?
No.
What's the next thing that you remember happening?
I used the back of my shirt to put pressure because I thought I was going to bleed out. So I used the back of my shirt to put pressure, and then early morning came, and he came and got me out of the passenger side.
When you said he came, was he is still in the driver's seat? And you mean he came and walked to the passenger side?
He walked around to the passenger side, got me out, and took the ropes off of my wrists.
Did he say why he was doing this?
No.
That you were good and that you had stayed the night and not run away or anything like that?
No.
He just takes the ropes off.
And then he helped me. He took now I can't use my left hand. He helps me get my sweater off. He cuts the front of my button-down shirt and uses that as a bandage.
Did you, so it was the left wrist that he had cut the night of March 11, 2017?
Yes.
During that day, do you know whether you're in Hillsborough County or Manatee County?
I have no idea where I am.
This is the early morning hours of March 12th of 2017?
Correct.
What happened during that day, if anything?
He lays the seats down in the SUV. I had a pack of cigarettes in my car. I was able to smoke a few cigarettes while we were there. We took inventory. He took inventory of what there was in the car. A few half-drank bottles of water that the kids had left in the car, some dried cranberries, and then it was more like a protein type bar or a granola bar was in there. And he said, we're going to have to find more water. So we walked.
Did you do that during daylight, shortly after the morning hours, or was that later in the day?
We would sit in the car to watch. There were people working on the farm. The farm was far enough away; those people couldn't see us. We could see the tops of the equipment, the tractors working the farm, but it was they were loud, and the people couldn't see us. He also had changed me because I had to pee, and I couldn't undo my jeans. So he put me into pajama pants that were in the suitcase. They were blue pajama pants, and they had a drawstring, so it was easier for me to get on and off.
Were you able to do that on your own?
Yes.
Without needing assistance?
Correct.
During that day, were you able to try to get these people's attention that were working in the farm?
No.
How far away were they from you?
It was there was a break in which it went down into a ravine and back up, so the farm was on the other side of that ravine.
Did you find any water earlier that day?
So he walked us the opposite direction of that farm. It was more wooded and secluded behind the car, so he walked us up that way. There was a pond, but everything was green, and there was algae floating. So, and then when we walked through the woods, I got covered in those little green stickers all over me from walking through the woods. And when we came out on the other side of the woods, there was another big farm.
Was this something that was done earlier in the day or later in the day? Or did you not have a watch? You didn't know the time?
I didn't really know the time.
Was there any conversation about what was going to happen? I mean, you had agreed to go on this boat with him. What the plan was? He couldn't get his clothes. You couldn't say goodbye to the children. What was going to happen with the children? Was there any discussion regarding any of that?
Yes. So he told me that we were going to the islands. He had money in offshore accounts. He was hiring someone to security for me, to keep watch on me, and then once we were established, he would send for the children.
Based upon your 16 years of knowing him and your marriage, did you have any reason to believe that he was lying to you about that?
No.
Was there anything that occurred within the car while you were there that day on the 12th?
Yes, he had sex with me twice.
And was that similar to the way it had occurred in your home?
Yes.
Did you give consent for those sexual acts?
No.
Where did this sex take place?
In the car, and that's why he laid down all the seats.
Did you later learn that those incidents did not occur within Hillsborough County and
Yes.
were not under the jurisdiction of Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Was that something that you wanted to have happen?
No.
Were you guys ever able to find water or food or anything like that on the 12th?
At night, once all the farm workers had gone, he had to assist me because my left arm was injured. He had to assist me get down the ravine, and he had to assist me come back up the ravine. Once we got onto the farm, from them watering the crops, the ground was very wet, and so our feet sunk down into the mud, and I was having a hard time walking because every step that I took, my feet like vacuumed down into the mud, and he would have to help pull me to pull back up. So he would help me to pull my feet back up.
Did you both get muddy bottoms?
Yes.
Your clothes, your shoes?
Yes.
Were you able to find water?
Yes, we ended up having to walk around the perimeter of the farm because it was too wet to walk through the farm. And through walking around the perimeter of the farm, there was some outhouses that then had sinks attached to them on the outside for people to wash their hands, and this is where we got water.
Did you see anybody, any people, any homes when you were making this walk around? Anybody that you could have notified or screamed to?
There was the farmhouse, but it was far off. I could see it from where these like porta potties were, but there's no way I could have gotten to it or they would have heard me.
Do you make your way back to your vehicle?
Yes.
And was this nighttime or daytime?
This is nighttime.
So we're in the night of March 12th of 2017.
Correct.
What happened that night? Do you remain there or do you go anywhere else?
We remained there until the early hours of the next morning.
So the Monday morning of March 13th of 2017?
Correct.
Did you have any more water or food at that point on the morning of March 13th, 2017?
No.
Do you remain there in the car with the defendant that morning?
Yes.
Does that car ever leave that field area?
The morning of March 13th.
On March 12th, did you ever see law enforcement drive in the area that you were at?
No.
On the morning of March 13th, who was driving that morning?
Trevor Summers.
Did you ever drive between this time of March 11th to March 13th? Did you ever drive your vehicle?
No.
At any point during that time, did you ever give him permission to use your vehicle?
No.
Where is it that the defendant drove the morning of March 13, 2017?
He listened to the radio, and once
Did he tell you why he was listening to the radio?
to see if there was any news of me being missing.
Did he tell you why he had chosen that location on March 12th of 2017?
No.
That secluded area?
No.
And so he turns the radio on to listen for what?
To see if there's any news bulletin or any of that. And when he didn't hear anything,
News bulletin about what?
about the situation that happened at Walgreens.
Okay. That if they were looking for you, if your vehicle was being reported on, anything like that.
Correct.
Did you hear anything on the radio?
No.
So what happens next?
So he drove down through Lakewood Ranch area and came out, and there was a McDonald's, and he stopped before going through the McDonald's drive-through and told me if I alert anyone or do anything that he will slit my throat.
When in your car, let me stop before we go to the McDonald's video. In your car, did you have OnStar?
Yes.
What is OnStar?
OnStar is a button you can push to get help.
And how is it that you get help on OnStar?
An operator comes on and asks if you need assistance.
And is it like it comes to the radio speaker?
Correct.
So if anybody else is in the car with you, they're going to be alerted that you push the button?
Yes.
Why didn't you push the OnStar button?
Because I knew they weren't going to make it to me in time. If I pushed that button, that he would kill me.
Why on the night of March 12th of 2017 did you not try to escape the car, run from the car, or anything like that?
Because I didn't see any opportunities for me to escape.
Were you tied up the night of March 12th of 2017?
No.
The morning that he drove on March 13th of 2017, were you tied up?
No.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Gentlemen, after a brief discussion with the attorneys, we clearly are not going to finish this witness today. We are going to break now for the evening. So I'm going to be sending you home. I am going to instruct you not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, also not to do any research related to this case, and to take every effort to avoid any contact with this case through media, social media, or anything else. We are going to start a little earlier tomorrow. We're going to try to get started at 8:30, so I'm going to ask if you could please arrive slightly before 8:30 so that we could get everybody in the courtroom to get started at 8:30. I will also ask, I don't know whether we will have to go a little late tomorrow, but in order to get this trial finished this week, I want to, if possible, go a little late tomorrow. So if you have something and in the morning you can let me know that you can't go late, I'll absolutely, ask that. But if you can make arrangements for the possibility of going late tomorrow, I would appreciate if you can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and send you home for the evening. Please have a safe trip, and we will see you back here in the morning. All rise for the jury.